Welcome back to Handelsdagarna 2020. I'm here with Figge Wettermark from Norrsken. And Figge has experience in international relations. He is a former advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Carl Bildt, and also worked as a diplomat for Utrikesdepartementet. How do you say that in English?
The Ministry for Foreign Affairs.
Ministry for Foreign Affairs, okay. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Nice.
I'm battling a cold, so in case my voice just breaks.
Okay,
then, whoa.
There we had a... Wow.
Whoa.
We didn't synchronize that at all.
No.
Okay, yeah.
There we go.
We'll be back in 5 minutes. Well, welcome back to Handelsdagarna 2020. My name is Ludwig Hartler and I'm still your host. I'm here with Figge Wettermark from Norrsken. He's a former advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Carl Bildt, and also worked as a diplomat for Utrikesdepartementet, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And now he's with Norrsken Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
So how are you doing? We tried this a while ago, but we got interrupted by the announcement here down on the floor.
Now we're back.
Yeah, but you said you had a bit of a cold?
I do, but I've slept well, and I think I'm all right. You know, you'll have to excuse me if I do take a bit of a pause, but should be all right.
Absolutely. We got water here too.
Excellent.
So we're fine. So I think, first of all, for people that are not familiar with Norrsken, or Norrsken maybe, as you guys say in English, right? Is that?
Well, I think we've taken a decision that everyone can pronounce it however they want.
Oh, okay.
It should be Norrsken, yeah, but
yeah,
English,
I like Norrsken.
It kind of goes with Norrsken.
Okay.
We've heard all kinds of different takes on that, but anything's fine.
Yeah.
But Norrsken is a foundation that is trying to help entrepreneurs do good, essentially.
Yeah.
So we have a big co-working space about 200 meters from here, where we have hundreds of companies sitting and working on problems and trying to solve problems to make the world a better place, essentially. Solving, some of the major issues of our time, things that relate to climate change, to mental health, to a range of issues that we believe that innovation and tech can address. So our overarching goal is to show that profitability and doing good can go hand in hand. So here in Stockholm, we have a co-working space at Spårvagnshallarna. We also have a VC fund, which invests in companies that show a particularly strong potential for improving the state of the world. We also have a yearly event called Impact Week, where we try to highlight entrepreneurs that are striving to improve the world. It's already difficult to be an entrepreneur, but being an entrepreneur that is also trying to get results, on a societal level is even more hard. So our goal is to try to support them as best as we can.
Yeah. So, in your role as head of public affairs, right? What do you do?
So, Norrsken is a private sector-driven organization. It was founded by Niklas Adelbert, who is one of the Klarna's founders. This being said, though, Norrsken has developed in very much, a private sector-led way. We are now approaching a situation or a time when we're seeing a lot of different worlds that are merging. So, for instance, over the past year or so, we've seen a lot of the major capital flows globally move towards impact investment. We're seeing much more of big capital firms, big investments firms, moving towards using, first of all, these ESG frameworks, economic social frameworks, to steer their investments. But we're also seeing more and more capital flowing towards the sustainable development goals. So what we're seeing is really like a confluence or like a merging of two spheres, where finally, after many decades of having private sector and public sector working more in parallel than jointly, I think we're now seeing a situation where we're all working more and more towards the same goal. And my role in this position is trying to bridge that divide and trying to create the connections so that all entities in society are able to work better together.
Yeah, and that's it's interesting for you because you've been on the public side for a long time. So that begs the question: what do you think are the biggest challenges with this merge?
It's two different languages, I would say. There are very few people that actually do move between private sector and public sector. I think that's a shame, because oftentimes there's much more that joins these two sectors than separates them. Especially when we're looking at things that concern the improving the world. There is often common goals, common ideas about what kind of world we want to achieve. But the language is different. The methods of doing things are different. But I'm pretty hopeful. I'm thinking we're seeing much more collaboration happening. I think there's a lot more cross private-public domain activities going on globally. And I think we're also seeing a realization also on the part of the public sector and in the international community that the sustainable development goals are not going to be reached without private capital, playing an immense part in this. On the other hand, I think there's also growing realization in private sector that there's a huge need for public sector when it comes to the basic investments, when it comes to establishing the basic level of development, making sure that knowledge about what works, what doesn't work, lessons learned, all of that is also put to the gain of private sector development. So everyone has to gain from better collaboration.
Yeah, and I think I want to get to Kigali and Rwanda because you're expanding there, and I'm guessing that's a big part of your job.
It is a big job. Yes.
Help with that, and I'm also assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that these questions become even more important there, because we talk about funding from public sector in Sweden to Kigali and combining that with entrepreneurship and private capital on the spot. But let's just, before we move from Stockholm, you provide impact entrepreneurs with capital and a great space to kind of develop in. How do you measure impact in a place like this? Because it's very hard to see, okay, something that gives people joy, makes them laugh. I mean, that's meaningful. Yeah. But where do you draw the line from what's actually making an impact and what's not?
Yeah. So that's it's a very good question. And I would say that if you look at the impact investment field or that part of the economy as a whole, it's still relatively new. It has been around as a concept for I think 10 years or so, but on a very small scale. And that also means that the methods, the ways of measuring results, that hasn't really developed fully. We're at a stage now where there's more and more work going into finding very concrete, very measurable frameworks for how to figure out not just the first order consequences of an investment, but perhaps the second order, third order consequences, the impact on different communities, the impact on gender issues, the impact on societies in a much larger sense. Here's a clear case where the cross-pollination between public and private is really important, because this is a body of thought that has been developed over many years. If you look at international development, what impact do we have on local communities when we do a certain type of investments? That has been part and parcel of how the development community has been thinking about these issues for a long time. We're now seeing, a bit of merging around this. We're seeing some UN institutions taking the lead on these issues. For instance, UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, has developed frameworks to actually do some of these measurements, to look at, how can we jointly address some of the gaps that are outstanding. How can we make sure that the analysis that is being done on that side is conveyed properly to the private sector? That being said, though, I would say the large framework now is the Sustainable Development Goals. That's kind of what gives us a common frame of reference. But those are goals. Those are not methods. That's the that's the what. That's not the how. So when we're looking at the how, there's a lot of homework to be done within this sector. So that is a nascent field that is very fast developing, and we're definitely part of that conversation in different forums. But we're not there yet, and I think that over the coming 5-6 years, there's going to be a lot of iteration and trying to find the right methods for measuring this types of impact. But yeah, it's a very relevant problem, and one that we're battling with all the time.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, because you started at Norrsken for about a year ago, you said, right? And I can imagine this is a fast-paced environment.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
Speak about it. So. It's in a very immature place still. It's not stabilized yet. So what has changed in your job since you began with Norrsken?
I think over the past year, I mean, Norrsken has developed a lot. We've we're a year ago, we hadn't signed, for instance, our expansion yet, and we hadn't run, our first Impact Week yet. So I mean, there's been tremendous activity over the past year. I think that what we've seen, perhaps, in the broader landscape, is that there's been a pretty fast move towards more capital going into the sector. And for us, that is an incredibly positive development. And that is creating these ripple effects where we're seeing more and more entrepreneurs being interested in pursuing a career and perhaps spending their time at a startup that is actually trying to achieve something of real value to the world or to society. So I think we're seeing much more of an interest, both from students to investors to journalists to everything. And there's like I'm not going to say that we should take credit for all of that, but we've definitely played a part in catalyzing that state of mind, if you will, in the Swedish debate. But there's been so much happening also globally. We've had the Greta effect. We've had, I think the latest, World Economic Forum meeting is case in point. We have issues of sustainability on top of the agenda, and that's, it's a huge development. So I really do think we're on a cusp of a pretty big change now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas on why that is? Like, why is it happening now? Because I think really I know that's been a mission of Norrsken to make like social impact entrepreneurs, to make them look like the rock stars they are, something like that, right? And that, I mean, I haven't been around for that long, so I can't say that, 15 years ago it wasn't like this, because I wasn't really there. But from my point of view, at least, it has changed.
It has very much changed.
I mean, it's a completely different focus on entrepreneurs taking risks, bringing social impact.
Oh yeah.
And I'm thinking, from your experience, being an advisor and being really in the heat on the public side with Carl Bildt, do you have an idea of why this is happening now?
It's hard to pinpoint a specific reason. I read some nice article yesterday which was talking about the fact that we might be on the verge of a social tipping point.
Okay.
There are enough factors that are influencing people's way of thinking around these issues, so that you end up in a point where people are simply on a larger scale changing their way of thinking about the sustainability issue. And there could be a lot of external factors driving that, of course. The state of the world, the climate change, polarization. All of these things are, I think, driving a sense of urgency in people. And then I think that this impact entrepreneurship and moving capital towards this field is one of the ways that people can resolve this tension. So I think that there's that. Looking back 15 years, there was nothing like this. I would say that even looking within public sector, there was a very low knowledge on the use of, for instance, tech in global development. And it's interesting. It's been interesting for me to see how private sector is now doing a lot of the things that the international development community tried to do in the mid-2000s, but there were so many constraints that we didn't have the same level of connectivity globally. We didn't have the same level of understanding of and widespread access to technology among such a large part of the world's population. So it is really a confluence of many different factors, and I think that it's kind of easy to see why when you look at a place like East Africa. I lived there. First time I lived in East Africa was in 2006, and I remember clearly how I struggled to get an internet connection. I spent weeks trying to find a pretty shitty modem that was going to connect to some ancient American GSM standard, and I was barely being able to send emails home. And that was 2006. Now I moved back 10 years later, 2016, and I got my 100 megabit fiber connection to my house in Rwanda, where I lived before I actually got it in my apartment here in Stockholm. So it's, the leapfrogging has been so incredible. And that has also opened up these amazing opportunities for, tech and innovation to play a part in solving many of the global development challenges.
Yeah. So let's pivot and stay
Sure.
here in this field. So you're opening up in Kigali,
Yes.
right? So I think first of all, why Rwanda? I know there's Ethiopia growing a lot. You have Nairobi too on the other side, like in the close area. So how come you decided to go there?
So when choosing Kigali, we had a bunch of different candidates. We were looking at other places too, like Nairobi, South Africa, a lot of different places. But it was also pretty clear that the marginal value of Norskin was the highest in a place like Rwanda. Rwanda has developed immensely over the past decade. The country comes from a situation in 25 years ago where the country was completely obliterated
from the Civil War.
by the genocide against the Tutsi.
Yeah.
And in that time, the development has been nothing short of astonishing. And right now we're seeing economic growth on the scale of 8% year to year. We're seeing a lot of focus on supporting people rather than investing in large-scale mining and these kinds of things. There's basic social security. There's healthcare. There's even universal healthcare insurance, and the country has made huge strides. But it's also very clear that private sector has a huge part, or is perhaps the key factor that's going to make this country develop into what the Rwandans want to achieve, which is a middle-income country in the coming, I think it's like in the coming 15 years or so. So ambitions are incredibly high. The country is very constrained. It's incredibly small. It's like Småland, but it has 12 million people. So there's constraints when it comes to land use. There's constraints when it comes to energy, when it comes to, well, basically anything. And those constraints drive innovation. So with the growing population, with urbanization, with a social model which is also built on the idea that people will need to have a better tomorrow, there's a very much of a sense of, there's a sense of futurism in the country, of strive towards moving past the conflicts that have characterized the country's history and becoming, modern. And it is a country that has, the future is modern for Rwanda, and therefore it very much fits with our vision too. Innovation is, part and parcel of how the Rwandan government sees their future. There's enormous investment also coming from the Rwandan side towards innovation frameworks, towards setting up ecosystems, towards establishing innovation funds. So they're really putting a lot of effort into this, and we can see that we have a particular role to play. Sweden has a great name there. We don't have a colonial heritage. We came there in '95 with a small SIDA office after the genocide. We've had a long development cooperation, but we haven't had that much commercial cooperation. And I think now we're seeing a situation where the Swedish know-how in things like startup, clean techs, fintechs, sustainability, all of that is a perfect match for the needs of this country. So it's really all comes down to that. We're seeing the needs, we're seeing our ability to create a lot of value, and on the larger scale, we also think that if we're able to create this link between these two worlds, the startup world here in Stockholm and the one in Rwanda, we're going to have a huge impact also in increasing capital flows over the long term towards this part of the region, which hasn't seen that much capital inflow as it should have. Often it's seen as quite, stereotypically high risk, and knowledge about Africa is generally very low, I would say. Perhaps lower in Sweden than in other parts of Europe, strangely. But it's clear that it's a huge and growing market where risks are not as high as is commonly understood. So,
Yeah. And so I think, I mean, we spoke a little bit about how you measure impact.
Yeah.
And okay, in Stockholm, I mean, just adding to the economic growth might not be, even though it's obvious, I mean, of course it's positive, it's still a huge benefit here, but on the margin, there might be more positive things you could do than just adding to the economic engine. But a country like Rwanda, that's got to be different, right? Measuring impact there can't just be, let's say a company like it would take a company like Pantapå that I know is sitting in Norrsken right now, that is really clearly has a social, okay, they're recycling plastics that weren't recycled that much before. But I'm thinking just adding to the economic engine must be of huge impact there, right?
Yes, it is.
So are you gonna change your kind of definition of impact and who you'd let in the doors at Norrsken in Rwanda?
I think it's going to be a wider definition.
Yeah.
And that's basically because it's hard not to do impact in a place like Rwanda. If you look at the biggest challenges that not just Rwanda but also most of the East African countries are facing, they're different than what we're seeing here. And one of the major issues that needs to be solved is youth unemployment. And looking at it from that perspective, the definition of what becomes impact becomes much wider. But you also have other constraints. For instance, with a company that is focusing heavily on automation, that is risks making a young not very educated youth in East Africa out of a job, that would not be impact, in this sense. So the definition does change in that sense. I would argue that if you create a company that, for instance, we have a company called Samasource, which started out as an AI annotation NGO in Ethiopia, I think, over the past 10 years, and has employed thousands of not very skilled youth throughout East Africa, and they now turned into a profitable company, investable company, and their goal is to create massive employment. And if you look at the impact of that, well, that's hugely important, because if you don't do that, you're going to have large parts of societies in East Africa where you will have an educated generation that is without jobs.
Yeah.
And that we can see from social sciences that always breeds instability. It always breeds social strife. So there you also have a conflict dimension to this. So for instance, if you look at East Africa as a whole, innovation and job creation is really not just something that is going to help develop the countries of East Africa in terms of economics and job, but it's also perhaps what's going to make sure that the risk of conflict reduces in the coming decades. So this is also a big motivation why we want to go to Rwanda, because it's not just about creating impact companies, not just about creating a system of entrepreneurship, which is a larger part of what we want to do there. It's not just about supporting entrepreneurs, it's about supporting the creation of an entire ecosystem of innovation. But it's also about making sure that we have cross-border contacts between young generations. For instance, we can see a situation where our Norrsken in Rwanda would be a hub for a lot of youth from all over East Africa. And that in itself, would be a very positive development and would help bridge some of the divides and conflicts that we're seeing in that region. We would also, see that as an integration of that sub-region. And yeah, there's like a huge amount of large-scale benefits to these kinds of collaborations there. So in some ways, I would say that we see Rwanda also as being about Norskin's own impact. We will almost become we will be an impact startup ourselves in that context. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm thinking, when you started here in Stockholm, you had the founder Niklas Adalbert, obviously a founder of Klarna, and I know they brought on a lot of people that are very skilled and connected here in Stockholm, and they know the environment. They've been involved in startups. How are you guys working there to kind of integrate with the local people? Because I assume running a startup there is probably very different because the people are different and the culture is different.
I mean, running a startup in Rwanda or anywhere in East Africa, is incredibly difficult. It is incredibly difficult, and I think that there's a lot of. I think the way we're seeing it is that we're going to have a lot of lessons learned coming from the entrepreneurs in East Africa to Stockholm as well. This is not about us going there to help, but rather establishing what's going to be like a very important and close network in the future, and where we can have a lot of mutual exchanges and learn from each other. Because the reality of many entrepreneurs in East Africa is that they don't have access to capital. Bank interest rates are around 20% for business loans, and that's provided that you have you have a house. You can put a mortgage on your house. That's basically how you can get one of those loans. There's very little access to other support systems. There's still not a cultural acceptance for entrepreneurship as a way of life. So there are huge hurdles for young entrepreneurs. And at the same time, there are massive opportunities. Most of the sectors in East Africa are growing really fast. The population is growing really fast. There are so many services, so many innovations that can be done to make things more efficient, to improve the economy. So we're seeing this situation where you have the potential to grow entrepreneurship and help really solve a big chunk of issues. So I think the difference there is that we have to be very careful in not applying too much of the knowledge from Sweden, because to be very honest, like it's kind of easy to be an entrepreneur in Sweden compared to being one in East Africa. So our entire goal, our entire way of establishing ourselves there has been to be very cautious, very listening, and be very clear about that we don't really know how we're going to do this. So the way we're going about it is, through very close iteration. We're talking to local NGOs, to local think tanks, to local existing innovation hubs, to local entrepreneurs. So we're kind of co-creating this with them and co-developing this with them. And that's really just a necessity, because we've also seen there's been a lot of, we're not the first ones to try and do innovation, in East Africa, but we've also seen like a pretty large number of projects that have been, invented in Silicon Valley and then exported to Africa. And that's pretty much always a recipe for failure, because it's just not going to work the same way. So we're very much open to that fact that this is going to be a completely different setup. It's going to be perhaps a different take on how we build our activities down there. We're going to have to iterate many times. We're going to have to fail many times. And after a while, we might get this right and be able to connect as many different players in the local ecosystem as possible, and hopefully add a lot of value.
Yeah, so some tough skin, some humility, and some curiosity sounds like a good recipe for.
Yeah, also just an acceptance of failure. I would say that's key in this.
So I'm thinking for SSC students who are interested in, inspired by what's going on at Norrsken and want to be part of that. Do you have any? Do you have any recommendations or any guidelines for what would you during your studies at a place like this? what would you focus on to be kind of when you walk out the door, but to be ready to join you guys and actually contribute?
Well, I mean, we're always looking for a lot of new people. We're expanding heavily now. I would say that there's no clear fit. You know, we have a lot of people with business education, of course. Um, you know, as we grow and as we expand to other markets, and especially, you know, if there's an interest in joining or supporting, you know, our expansion into low and middle income countries, of course, you know, experience from working in those types of environments is very beneficial. But I'd say, you know, at the core, we're looking for people with a very strong drive to improve the world, to, you know, contribute to something that is really meaningful. Um, and that is, you know, I would say that is what we're mostly looking for. Somebody who is willing to make that extra effort, and, you know, understands and values that aspect more than, you know, their paycheck, and more than, yeah. I mean, it is a particular environment. I would say also it's important to have a sense of being able to connect to different types of environments. You know, being able to talk to um, development actors, being able to talk to public sector, being able to talk to large corporates. Norskin is really about, you know, trying to get a mix of all that under one roof and then creating something amazing from that. So it takes a lot of flexibility, a lot of, you know, can-do attitudes, a lot of focus on getting things done. Um, yeah, but I would be hard pressed to give you a clear-cut, you know,
No, no,
idea.
absolutely.
But I really do encourage, you know, people to apply. We have a few posts out now. Like we are looking for a management trainee right now, for instance. Yeah.
I think that's a great way to round off this conversation. Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank
Take
you.
care. So after the break, we'll have Mats Johannesson from who is CEO of MTR Express. Hang tight. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to Handelsdagarna 2020. We are live here from Stockholm School of Economics, and with me right now I have Mats Johannesson,
Hi.
who is CEO of MTR Express and former head of terminals at PostNord, right?
Thank you.
Welcome to the studio, Mats.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So, preparing for these interviews, I came across a very, in the US, she's a pretty famous woman called Terry Gross. And she's been holding, I think, over 5,000 interviews on NPR, the public radio, pretty much, in the US. She said the only icebreaker is 4 words. Tell me about yourself. So I'm going to ask you to just tell me about yourself.
Short or long version?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, but I mean, I'm 38 at the moment, as you said, CEO of a small train company called MTR Express. Originally from Gothenburg, which I guess you can hear from my accent. Studied at Chalmers University of Technology, moved to Stockholm in 2008, I think. Then had 10 years spent at PostNord, previously Posten, and then since 3 years back I'm at MTR Express. On a personal level, I'm married. We have 3 kids, 3 small kids, so it's a lot of work also outside of work. Yeah.
CEO both for them and then...
Yeah, CEO at work, maybe more assistant at home.
Assistant, no.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was thinking, you had reading up about you, you said in your early days at Posten, you had a pretty big leap in your early career. You got a lot of responsibility in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Am I right in...
Yeah, you are. When I moved to Stockholm, I took on a role as being basically an analyst of the logistical network. So we looked at where should we have our depots, our hubs, how should we route our logistical flows and things like that. Did that for 2 or 3 years. Then I took on the role as leading that small team, so it's like 2 or 3 people. Then one day, but the head of operation, ex-Handels student, actually came to me and said, let's sit down. And he offered me the opportunity to take on the role as the head of transportation within the Swedish network. And that would be a role taking responsibility for 50 people and the turnover on the cost side for like 300 to 400 million. So going from a very small team to a very large unit and also operational one. Much more publicly viewed within the organization. So that we had a small chat, and I just said that, I mean, I appreciate the opportunity, but it feels like a big leap, so I need to go home and think about it. And I will never forget it. He said to me, that's fine, Mats, but I think actually this is the kind of moment where you either feel that you're going to go for it or you don't. So then I just said, I mean, I'm never going to forgive myself if I don't take this opportunity. Yeah. So I said, let's go with that, and took on that role. So yes, I mean, I think that was the biggest leap that I've taken in my career from one moment to another. Yeah.
And how old were you this time?
I might have been like 27, 28, okay, something like that. Yeah.
So what were some challenges that you had to face there? Because I can imagine it.
No, but on a personal level, just gathering the management team for the first time, being 20, 25 years younger than the rest of the team, having a lot of experience in the room. Coming in as a newcomer, basically have no experience of what they're doing, and just finding the right balance between being humble to that fact, but still actually taking control and leading the team. So I think that is one of the key challenges.
And do you have any specifics how you worked with that? Do you remember that you had to kind of incorporate a new skill or?
Yeah, I mean I think it's important to build personal connection. So what I usually do when taking on a new role is that prior to entering the role, I book like just a quick lunch or something with each member of the management team, and then we can just have a sit down, and we can just learn more about them as persons, building a connection more on a personal level. Then I try to be quite clear when gathering the team that I'm very humble to the fact that I have a lot to learn, but I'm here to do it as good as possible, and I'm quite confident that we together can achieve a lot of things. So being humble, but still trying to be quite clear on taking out direction as well.
Yeah. And did you ever have any problems with someone who didn't want to, accept that you...
Sure, definitely. I mean, that will occur. I mean, that might be, I mean, you're assigned a new role. It might be some person in that team that was also aspiring for that same position. Definitely, it can be challenging at times.
And how did you go about handling that?
I mean, basically, what I try to do with those individuals is I try to spend a bit more time with them, actually building that personal connection, giving even more interest to what they're doing, but also giving more responsibility and mandate, maybe, because they're usually very good people. So just making sure that I show them that they're important part of the team, and by that building a relationship. But I mean, of course, at sometimes it just comes to the conclusion that this setup won't work. They might have had a strong loyalty to the previous boss, to their previous boss, and that they feel that, I mean, I'm going to look for some other opportunity, and that's fine as well. Yeah.
And then you went on to become head of terminals,
Yep.
right? And you were head of terminals during 2015.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
I took on the role, must have been just before Easter 2015. Yeah.
And that was a pretty tough year for...
Definitely was.
Yeah.
Definitely
PostNord.
was. I mean, Posten and PostNord has been under extreme transformation. Posten was a very big company going back early 20th century. But I mean, it's been declining letter volumes year by year. So the situation is basically that you have an operational setup that is quite fixed in terms of cost. And you can see that revenues, that being letters sent, is going down by 5 to 10% year by year.
Yeah.
So you have something that is just squeezed more and more for every year, and I would say like 2015-16 was when we squeezed it too hard. So we definitely got some quality or big quality issues, and I was part of that work and trying to make the best of it. Yeah.
Do you have any moment from that period in particular that you found especially stressful?
Yeah, I mean, we were in parallel with letter volumes going down. We had a number of infrastructure projects, so we replaced a lot of equipment on a number of terminals throughout the country, and we also started a new large terminal north of Stockholm in Rosersberg, and that was planned during the Easter. And I got into this role 6 weeks before the big shift of volumes, and I could quite quickly see that this isn't going a good place. So we aren't manned up, and we haven't planned enough to make this in a good way. And of course, when I see that we have a clock ticking, it's 4 weeks away to the biggest infrastructure change for the last decade at least, and we have a lot of issues going around in different areas. So yes, that was stressful. Yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
And do you think did you learn anything that you can apply now in your current job?
Definitely.
From that particular time?
Yeah, I did. I mean, on a personal level, we did a lot of things simultaneously. So we both did things operationally, but we also changed the organization. And what I can see looking back is, I mean, because we did that in parallel, that put too much pressure on the organization, because we got a lot of new people into roles that they didn't fully manage at the moment. So, I mean, both decisions were right, but we should have maybe faced that differently. So we started making sure that we have operations in control, and then a bit later we can change the organization. So just learning for myself is that, I mean, you will drive change, you will do a lot of things, but you need to face them in a way that the organization and people can deal with. So, I mean, that's on a personal level. Then, I mean, a learning for PostNord and the owner of PostNord, which is the state, is that you need to be looking much more in advance. I mean, letter volumes has been declining since like 2003, 2004. I mean, we can see that the development in Denmark that is a few years ahead of Sweden. So it shouldn't be a surprise that PostNord is in the situation that they are, because they will lose a lot of revenues, and we need to adjust the business model and the assignment for the company. So that is on a high level. That also learning that you need to look much further ahead.
And now you're at MTR Express, and you're responsible for even more people in this role.
Actually, it's a smaller organization. When I was head of terminals, it was I think 3,500 people, but it's only on the cost side. MTR Express is a much smaller company, so we're like 140 employees. But now I've got the full P&L responsibility, which I didn't have on PostNord.
Yeah. Okay. And what's different in that role? So
I think for me personally, of course, it's learning the commercial aspects of the business. I mean, not only learning, but also being responsible for it. Having a chief commercial officer and sparring with him, making sure that we have progress. Then it's a completely different setup, because now we are actually challenging previous monopolists and the incumbent SJ with the small organization. Previously, I was at a former monopolist, so it's a lot of differences from that as well.
Yeah. And so, I'm thinking because so MTR is owned by, I mean, the mother company is in, you said, Hong Kong,
Yep.
right? And there in if we look east, the punctuality of the trains are completely different.
Yep.
I read a number that 99.9%,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
The trains are on time where it's supposed to be. Why is there a difference?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's correct. They're running the system in Hong Kong with the 99.9% punctuality. And I mean, when we have them over in Sweden, I always need to be humble when I state the fact that with like 80% punctuality, we're actually best in class on our route. Not only better than SJ, but also better than all the airlines. So we're best in class, but we're 20% just behind MTR Hong Kong. No, but I mean, they are very thorough in the way that they set it up. Not only operations on a daily basis, but the way they maintain their infrastructure, follow up. They're very rigorous in all planning. So I mean, there's definitely a number of learnings that we have taken into MTR in Sweden from MTR in Hong Kong.
Do you have a particular
No, but I mean,
favorite that you?
I think it's the focus on the small things. I think it's the focus on continuous improvement and the fact that it is. I mean, yes, it happens things that we cannot rule about. I mean, we have weather conditions, we have infrastructure errors and things like that. But we are going to make sure that all the aspects that we are in control of, that is going to be run with 100% quality. So I think it's just the focus on the details, continuous improvement that we definitely has taken into MTR in Sweden.
Yeah. So I wanted to pivot a little bit. I wonder if you can talk to me about Håkan Mild.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, you're from Gothenburg. He was a great soccer player.
Yeah.
But you said he's one of your role models.
Yeah. I mean, when someone asks you about a role model, I mean, you can either go big and you say Obama or something. But I mean, I once said
Håkan Mild.
Yeah, I once said Håkan Mild. But I mean, it's not from a lifestyle perspective. It's just the fact that what was evident for me was that when he was on the field playing, he got the other 10 players raising themselves to a level that there weren't 11 of them. They were like 13 or 14. So I mean, yes, he was a good football player, but I mean, his primary contribution was actually raising the rest of the team, and I think that was one of the biggest aspects of leadership. That you actually, it's not about your own contribution; it's about the conditions you create for others to flourish.
Yeah. So you mentioned leadership. So I'm thinking, do you have I want to ask you about a favorite boss of yours. If you have, do you remember anyone who you've been under that was particularly that influenced you particularly, or that you were really thriving under?
Yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate enough to have a number of good bosses. I think my first boss moving to Stockholm, Ingvar, he had a very great ability of connecting daily operations, what you dig into here and now, and connecting that to the long-term vision. So I mean, you can spend a lot of hours at work, I mean, digging into numbers, and you just feel like, why am I doing this? But he was always there making sure that, yes, you're doing this right now, but in the long term, you're doing it because X, Y, and Z as steps on the way. So I think that's a very good ability that I wouldn't say that I've learned it from him, but it's something that I strive to accomplish as well. But I have a lot of work to do with that. I had another great boss who was the ex-student from here, who was always very focused on making sure that you separate decisions, making sure that you only take into account the factors that actually affect that specific decision. Because when leading a team or leading an organization, there will be a lot of buzz around you. And to make sure that you can drive change and making the right decisions, it's important to take away the noise, making sure that, okay, we're going to make a decision going A or B. So what are the exact factors that affect that decision? Everything else should be put aside, because otherwise we will not be able to make progress. So I think that is also one thing that I've taken with me.
I think that is some great advice for SC students as they walk out into the world out from here. And
that's good.
You know, they're going to look for a job and hopefully a first boss if they don't take on the entrepreneurship kind of way. So I think that's a great way to round up. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Mats. And next up we will have Linnea from Einrad. She will be here in about 15 minutes, and we will talk about their electric self-driven trucks. So welcome back to Handelsdagarna 2020. We are live here, and right now we have Linnea Kornehed with us in the studio. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, we're very excited to have you. So how are you feeling?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm super excited to be here. It's my first time in here, and yeah, I think it's going to be fun.
And so you studied computer sciences at the Stockholm University, right?
Yeah.
And you also studied design in Barcelona, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, I mean, first of all, like, I mean, there's a bunch of initiatives today kind of inspiring women to, you know, go into tech and go into computer sciences.
Yeah.
What got you interested in computer sciences and development of UX design?
I think actually when I started there were still very few women that actually was studying computer science, and I think I wasn't supposed to be in computer science either. It was more like you could say kind of an accident. I was, after high school, I started to work at a recruitment firm, and I was hired as an advisor-manager, advertisement manager, and I just came into how you can, you know, like scrap different web pages, and so I really got into that, and then I started learning how to program out of that, and I was promoted to be head of IT at that firm. But I kind of felt like I wanted to learn more about how this is actually working, so that's why I started to studying computer science.
Okay. And then what about design in Barcelona?
To be honest, now looking back at it, I think actually what I've been very interested in is really a UX, like user experience, and how you can build a brand and tech and how that all goes together. And back then, I think it was still very much in the beginning where we could see like a lot of new startups coming up, a lot of new apps, and like Airbnb and all that sort of startups. And so I just wanted to look into how you could combine tech with design. That was really why I wanted to go and study design for a year.
Yeah. And today you're co-founder and CMO of InRide. How did you guys, like, how did this start? How did this meet? Because you, Robert Falk, who's the CEO today, he started Chalmers, right?
Yeah.
So how did you guys meet?
So we were actually meeting when I was studying in Barcelona, and I got this request from my roommate that they were looking for someone that wanted to work with design but still had that understanding for tech. And this was another startup that Robert also was part of founding. And so I just said, yeah, sure, let's try it out. And I was working for them for about 5 months before I actually met them. Just overseas.
You were so you, at the same time that you were studying, you kind of started this job. Okay, yeah.
And that's also when I fell in love with startups and the whole startup community.
Yeah. Yeah. I can imagine. So let's move into InRide a little bit. What for people that aren't familiar with what you're doing, please tell us. What do you do?
Yeah, so we started out because we saw that there wasn't enough initiatives to move to a sustainable solution for transportation. So that was really the first thought that we had, and that came from Robert, the CEO, that used to be at Volvo Powertrain. And we just thought that with all this new technology, there must be somehow how you can make this smarter moving forward. So, and even though when we started out, we felt like we're going to just try to get the message out there that it's possible to do something else, that you don't really need to be stuck in the same structure that you have been for like 100 years. So we started out with an idea that it's possible to do something else. And I think it kind of, it evolved from that. And today I would say that we would say that we are a freight mobility startup, and that we are working on trying to solve how the operation system for autonomous and electric trucks will look like in the future.
So you'd say that you're as much a logistics company that you're a truck builder?
I think they will be much more collide in the future.
Okay.
Because it's not going to be. This is what I believe. I think that in the future we really need to get trucks and logistics together to work efficiently, and I think that's one of the biggest things that we're going to have to work on now moving forward. And I think digitalization is a very big part of that. The first step.
So I think today in Europe there's about, I'm sure you have a better number than I do, but from what I read, there's about like only 20 to 30% of trucks that are moving in Europe are actually filled with goods that they're supposed to deliver somewhere.
Yeah.
So how can you, I mean, obviously you're gonna cut, because if you don't have a driver, well, no one needs to stop to sleep, to eat, all that.
Yeah.
But in what other ways can you make that more efficient? How can you help to make that number better?
I think you need to start to look at it like how the infrastructure used to work, like when you have the OEMs, like the trucking companies selling a truck to a truck driver, and the truck driver is actually the one that's providing the service. That means that they don't really have any touch point with each other. So they are just trying to get these deals from the shipping companies. Yeah. And what we are doing is that we're trying to look from a freight perspective, where we try to, together with our customers, look into how do they ship today and how can we make this more efficient. So I really believe what we're doing is that we're really trying to solve how you can optimize your transport so that you can actually increase the filling rate of the trucks.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, speaking about just driverless vehicles, there's a bunch of things we can come into, ethics and yeah. What happens if things crash. But I think that conversation has happened a lot of times before. So let's not move into that, because you can find that
it's a fun conversation.
It is, but I think you can find it in other interviews. So hopefully
yeah.
we can break some other new ground here.
Yeah.
But so you recently had an investment of about 250 million Swedish crowns, right? Is that correct?
Yes, $25 million.
Okay, so a little bit,
euros, yeah.
A little bit less, but ish.
Yeah, ish.
What does that mean for you? What can you do now that you couldn't do before the investment?
Well, the most important thing is that we're going to scale the company. We have customers all around the world, and we need to scale the organization. We need to scale together with our customers and to really make this happen. And it's a big transition, and we are working on many different angles also to try to solve this. But we really believe that you need to take a full stack approach if you want to make a great business case out of it. And I think that's also the difference that we see from the approach that we're taking compared to many others in this area, is that they are targeting one issue like autonomous drive or electric trucks, or just digitalization of the logistics systems that we have today. And we really see that all of this three is going to collide, and that's going to make it much more efficient.
And you're moving into the US from what I've understood, is that correct?
Sorry, moving,
you're approaching the US?
Yes.
Yeah. So why not, because also in, was it November 15th, 2019, you had the first public driverless truck on a public road, is that correct?
In May, yeah.
Yeah, in May, okay. Yeah. So it seems to me like Sweden, or the regulations here are pretty good to do this kind of work. How come you want to move to the US and start operations there instead?
I think this is also, it's a very interesting topic. I think that we've been very fortunate to work together with Transportstyrelsen here in Sweden to get this permission. But I think the thing that makes Einright's case very good when we start doing operational with the autonomous is that since we're moving goods and not people, it's actually a bit easier to really see how the environment is where you're gonna go, and it's also repetitive. So you don't have to have you don't need permit to go everywhere, because you can apply just one lane or one route, and that's something else in the US. I think we've been very lucky here, but in the US that is moving much quicker. So now they are allowing taxis that are autonomous, and in the whole Texas to Florida, you can now drive trucks autonomous everywhere. So that's really moving much faster. Even though we had a very good process here, if you want to roll out in a big scale, we still believe that's going to be in the US.
So what's happening right now? Like, where are you currently at? How many, or if there are any trucks out running? Can you tell me about today? Where's Einright?
Yeah, so since we're not really selling the trucks, I think that's always a definition. But what we're doing now is that we're rolling out our platform together with very big companies. We have 6 Fortune 500 companies that we're working with to start rolling out the platform. And what I think is very important to understand is that when you go for autonomous and electric, you need to look at the whole infrastructure around it, because you need to make sure that you have an electric power grid so that you can charge the trucks. You need to have connectivity, 5G connectivity, or at least 4G connectivity to be able to drive them. Because when you actually remove the driver from the driver's cab, then suddenly you don't have anyone to call if something would have happened. And I think in that sense you need to make it much more systematic in that way. And that's why digitalization becomes so important. So that is where we're starting with our customers. We start to look out for their infrastructure, digitalization, electric, and then we start rolling out the vehicles. But I mean, we're going to roll out hundreds of vehicles in the next few years. That's the plan.
Okay. And when do you think, because you said you're not selling trucks yet, right?
We're selling it as a service.
Okay.
Shipping as a service, if you might.
So do you guys have a set goal for the first sale, actually?
Yeah, we are already up and running.
Okay, you are. Okay, look at that. And to me, an obvious competitor would be, say, Tesla, for example. Is that? But are you still? I mean, if I'm correct, they're focusing more on the truck.
Yeah.
And less on the logistic. But
Exactly.
would that be a competitor? And how are you dealing with that? Yeah. It's a pretty big name to have Elon Musk, taking you on.
No, I have big respect for Elon Musk. I think, like you're saying, like the biggest difference is that Tesla is selling a truck, an electric truck, and they haven't really changed the business model. They are still selling trucks to truck drivers. And I think that's the biggest difference, because we are targeting the customers like Lidl or Coca-Cola, and Tesla is still targeting the truck drivers, to put it simple.
Okay, yeah, I'll buy that. Let's pivot a little bit and get into you. What do you do specifically at the company? Like, what is if there is a normal work week for you, or if you see some patterns at least, what do you do?
I think it's been quite a journey, and of course it's changed a lot during the way. And starting up, we were 3 people and you do everything, but like growing the company, my responsibility and what I'm working on currently is to set up the design team, the marketing team, and the communications team, but also public affairs, and how we're gonna work with that moving forward. It's a pretty exciting job also to be in this area.
It sounds like it, for sure.
It's happening a lot.
So connecting back to, you study computer sciences, you're interested in UX development, and we talked a little bit about initiative for females to kind of voyage into what you're doing a little bit more.
Yeah.
Do you have why do you think women aren't approaching this kind of work as much? Do you have any ideas?
I think it's a lot of legacy in the structure in how we see competence. I must say I'm very happy, because I think that we see now that there is more female entrepreneurs. I think that we need more female entrepreneurs in industries like logistics, transport, and moving into those areas as well. But I'm also very optimistic that I see that there's been, like, we can really see that there's a big change. Just only by these 3 years that NRA has been up and running, I think there's much more female entrepreneurs coming, and it's pretty exciting. But I think it's super important to get inspired and to get being able to share knowledge and to share experience, but also network. And I think that is something that's also becoming better, is that women are becoming better at networking. And I think that's just amazing, and I think that's going to open up a lot of doors for female entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and I think you could be a great role model in inspiring people to kind of follow your footsteps, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I would be happy also if you have any question, or if someone like any, knowledge or something that I can do, I would be very happy if you.
So how can just to make that happen, if someone's watching and want to get in contact with you, what's a good way to get in contact with you?
The best way would be to email me, linnea.kornhed@android.tech. Or actually, I would say also Instagram is a
Instagram is a favorite. Okay.
To be honest, I probably would answer faster on Instagram.
Nice. Okay. That's good. So you mentioned before the cameras went on, you mentioned financial structures.
Yeah.
And you spoke a little bit about just barriers. Can you tell more about that?
But it's very interesting because like how the market it's operating today is, we touched upon it a little bit before, but that is that truck manufacturing are selling, or the OEMs are selling trucks to truck drivers. And that means that the truck driver's role in this whole ecosystem is actually to be the one that takes on the big loan or the credit for the truck. And so what the OEMs are also making money out of is that they take an interest, somewhere about 6 to 7%. And so before starting Enride, or I think it was the first year, we had this research that said that it's actually very common in Sweden that truck drivers doesn't take out any salary the first year because they want to lower their interest or their loan. And I think that really. And then on the other hand, you have the haulers that also want to put down the price for the end company, how to say. And so they're really like in the middle, and they're stuck in that middle. And what we're trying to do is that we're trying to say that going from the shipper's perspective and say like, okay, so you need to be able to ship in this direction. And the interesting thing with the financials is that no one has really solved, like when you don't have a truck driver in the ecosystem, who's going to own the hardware? And I think that is why it's so fascinating, this whole industry right now, because no one has solved that yet.
Okay, well, I'm sure that's going to be an interesting nut to crack. To challenge you a little bit, because the truck driver that today has a loan, but still has a job.
Yeah.
With Enride, if you guys rule the world, they won't have a job anymore. And in the U.S., truckers, it's a big topic in the political debate now. What's going to happen when this is automated?
Yeah.
Is that something that you're faced with? That the challenge? Do you speak about it at Enride?
It's actually, I think that your very good timing is actually something that we're going to start talking much more about now, moving forward this spring. Doing this transition is going to mean that you will not longer have a trucker in the car or in the truck, but it's also going to mean that you're going to have to create new type of jobs like remote drivers, because we don't see that there's any scenarios where you want to have self-driving trucks that's no one is supervising. Like you don't want just to make them go, you still want to have someone that's actually overlooking them. And so we believe that the truck driver's job in the future is going to be much more like a monitoring role. But at the same time, we're looking into that we could drive 10 trucks with one driver in the end. That's not really the case right now, but in the future it might look like that. And of course, then it's going to be a bit more tricky. But I think also that something that you need to take into account also now is that you're going to have a terminal personnel that's actually working with loading and unloading the trucks, and that's today, that's the truck driver's job. And so I think that we're going to see a lot of new jobs coming out of this transformation. And also just to mention that there is a huge shortage of drivers, and that's a global problem. In Sweden alone, it's 4,000 jobs missing as drivers. And in the US, there's about the same percentage of job missing, or shortage. So I think this transition will not happen overnight, but I think it could be a very good transition, getting the people that today drive to get new type of jobs, and also solving the shortage of truck drivers.
Yeah, and I mean, I can imagine that's going to be, I can see some kind of challenge in it. I don't know what it will be like to sit and kind of steer 10 trucks at the same time, but I'm imagining that's a high-skill job. Or is it? It's
more monitoring, so of course you're going to have some sort of education, but I think much more like a flight tower. that you're monitoring it, so you're overlooking it, not that you're driving it. So what a case could be that if you drive a truck that, so of course they're supposed to drive on their own, but if a truck would be in a situation that it really doesn't understand, then you could take the decision for it. Like, should you pass this other car that's in the right lane of the highway, or should you just like go after it? That sort of decision making, we still think a human should take those decisions.
So I think to round off, let's pivot to you again. For how long has NRAD been active? Like when did you actually start this?
Yeah, it's September 2016.
Okay, so about 4 years. And you've been, I mean, it's been pretty fast still, and I can imagine it's been quite a ride.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite challenge or a favorite failure or something, like an especially tough moment that you went through during these years?
Yeah, I think every phase of a startup comes with its own problems. I think in the beginning it's just you feel kind of crazy sometimes when you have this really big ambitious idea that you want to have, and you're gonna pitch it all the time, you're gonna network, and you're just gonna throw yourself out there, and of course that is very scary. And to also say, like, we have this idea, we have no idea if it's gonna work, but we believe so, and please invest your money in us, we're gonna show that we can do this. Of course that is very challenging, and you really feel like you're throwing yourself out there. And but then in the different phases, I think something that we came across, and we actually had some good advice from a professor from Stanford that told us, like, being a startup in Sweden could be very tough, and most of the startups in Sweden, they die when they start to be too organized. And so I was so happy that we had that advice before, because we could also feel like sometimes we're like spending time organizing and making stuff look good instead of actually achieving that goal that we were supposed to achieve. And I think that's been very challenging, but I'm also so happy that we had that knowledge with us when we started.
Yeah.
And I would say for now we're 85 people in the team and growing, and we're gonna have to get people fast on board and get up to speed and grow an organization, and that's a challenge, of course, as well.
Yeah. Do you have I'm thinking for your kind of job, do you have any skills or any competences that that come especially well in hand for you over these 4 years of being in a pretty volatile and kind of risky environment that's growing fast? Do you have a favorite skill of yours that you think is?
I think you need to be very open-minded, and I think also that something that I've been thinking a lot is that you need to be very inclusive, and that you need to be able to just open as many doors as possible. And I think that for me, I always been very curious about people and people's talent and their skills, and I think that's been a very good skill to have making this, because you can always, like, if someone else is better, you always grab them, and you get like this experience from talking to them. And I'll say that's probably my best skill as an entrepreneur.
I think that's a great way to end this conversation. Thank you, Linnea, so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Linnea, and we'll be back after lunch at 1:30 with Mikael Dahlén, who's a professor here at Handelshögskolan. He's also a public speaker and an author of several books. See you after lunch. Welcome back to Stockholm School of Economics. We are live here with Mikael Dahlén, who's a professor at the Department of Marketing and Strategy here at the school. He's also an author of books like Kausology and Nextopia, and a public speaker. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling?
Great, it's Friday.
Yeah.
This place is unusually full of life, which I love. I wish this was everyday atmosphere.
Yeah.
It's great.
I can agree. This is certainly not what's going on most days. So I'm curious. You in doing research for this interview. I mean, one thing that anyone will notice listening to you is that you're a guy who does a lot of things all the time.
That I do. I do have a problem with focusing.
So what are you up to right now?
Right now, I just released a book in here in Sweden, which is called A Little Book on Happiness, which is a little book on happiness, what I've learned so far. And I'm just starting with my new book, which is, the working title is Number Greedy.
Number greedy.
Yeah.
Okay.
How we are greedy for numbers, which we haven't really realized until now, when we are fed with numbers, whatever we do. The numberification of our lives, which is omnipresent, whether we're eating something and rating it and getting likes and so forth, or walking somewhere and counting the steps, or taking a Voi and then rating it and so forth. So numbers are creeping in everywhere and changing our lives. So those are two things.
Okay.
I'm doing right now.
two of many.
Yeah.
Because you said in earlier interviews that you try to do about 10 things at the same time.
5 minutes
Okay.
to the sponge release. We're going to give out some purpose here as well. So 5 minutes.
Just to prove that we're live.
Exactly.
Getting a sense of context, everything going on.
So we
yeah,
got
people
5
sometimes
minutes to the
ask me,
sponsor
so
release.
how many things are you up to right now? So on a few times I've actually counted, and each time I do count, it never amounts to less than 10 things at a time. But I don't do them all simultaneously. I might do one thing one day and another thing another day, but 10 things kind of lukewarm all the time.
And I mean, you seem like a very productive person because you get a lot of stuff out there, and I don't know how many books you've published, but it's quite a few.
I think it kind of depends on what you count as books, but it's around 11 or something, I think.
So how do you kind of stay? You said just before the cameras went on, you have a problem with focusing, but you're also in like a macro way very focused. Like how do you make sure that you spend your time wisely if you have so many things going on at the same time?
Yeah, I actually need to remind myself. People think that I'm smart, but I'm the stupidest person I know. It takes me a long time to learn something, and once I've learned it, I forget it very quickly. So that's why I need my own notes to self in the form of tattoos. So one of those reminders are a arrow pointing downwards, reminding myself not to say yes to things that would look good on paper or in my resume, or that I find myself thinking that I ought to do this, though I don't really want to. And one arrow pointing upwards, thumbs up, to whenever I find myself wanting to do something but hesitating. Is this really something I should do? What would people say? And to remind myself that do things I want to do, then I will have the energy, I will have the focus to do it well enough to be worth the while for me and hopefully for others. And don't do all the things that I just ought to do that don't really give me any energy and make it hard to focus. So simple enough, but I learned it the very hard way, and I need to remind myself constantly.
That's very interesting. I want to kind of be in this space for a little bit. So then how do you separate? Because I think I mean, we are not fully in control of what we're doing or what we are, kind of what calls our being out to be. We're not in control of what we are interested in, I would say. Like, you can't just decide that, oh, I'm going to be interested in this now, and then I'm going to spend, that much time doing that. It's something else. So how do you kind of decide? Because it's, to me at least, it's not always clear what is kind of speaking to that part of me that, oh, this is good for you, this will develop you. It's a thumbs up thing. It's very hard to separate that sometimes. How do you have any way to separate that? Okay.
1 year at a time. I never plan farther ahead than 1 year. 1 year is a time space that I can be pretty confident in.
1 minute left.
Designing
Yeah.
and contemplating and making the right decisions that this is something I want to do and that I feel pretty safe will provide me with energy and focus. But beyond that, it definitely comes to what you're saying, that I won't be in control, I won't even be in the know. I have no idea who I will be, where the world will be a year from now. So I don't want to restrict myself and focus on something too far ahead that might not be of value to me or anyone else. So I remind myself, don't plan farther ahead than 1 year, and be open to new opportunities, to new findings, to new knowledge.
I like that. Definitely.
Me too. But I need to remind myself, because I do forget it.
Yeah. And then to challenge that a bit, I think, because I mean, any great idea needs to be able to resist some picking on it, I think.
Yeah, and a great idea is always the product of its time and context, and is always assessed and evaluated based on that context. So what might be a good idea now might not be a good idea a year from now, or might have been a terrible idea 2 years ago, but that doesn't mean that it will always be a terrible idea, but it might be worth revisiting.
So my thought on that was that Rome wasn't built over a day. Like, how do you think that you might lose out on like a bigger goal that you might accomplish if you restrict yourself to only planning a year ahead?
I kind of safeguard it. I don't plan farther ahead than 1 year in terms of what I'm going to and want to do, but I do have a 1,000-year plan when it comes to my lifespan.
Okay.
Because I have decided that I'm going to be the first person in the world to be 1,000 years old. So I'm thinking I'm going to learn and build my own kind of Roman Empire. And there's no rush. I'm learning as I go, all the time.
Yeah. And you seem confident when you say that. I'm going to be 1,000 years old.
Yeah, the knowledge is not there yet. The tech is not there yet. The medicine is not there yet. But what I do know is that progress is exponential.
Yeah.
We learn all the time. So if I just stick around 1 more year, at the beginning of next year, I'll have greater opportunity to do all the things I need to do to stay alive and reach that 1,000-year plan. And that also makes it so much more fun to get out of bed in the morning, that I will be surprised, that I will learn new things. I don't know what's going to happen. That's why I want to keep getting up out of bed every day.
Yeah. Off of that, I'm thinking, so you as a professor, you're a professor here at the Stockholm School of Economics.
That I am.
But me being interested in a bit about your books and listening to you in podcasts, I'm not sure that the red thread in what I hear you say is economics. Is it? Do you feel like an economics professor, or more like a, I don't know.
Yeah, I do. I do think that economics is about us, about life, about making the most out of life for ourselves and together. And one means to that end is money, but that is only a means. But that means has been so salient that we forgot all the other means. And finally, thinking, technology, infrastructure is catching up, so we do realize that money is not the only way to make things better for all of us. And economics is about so much more, about investments in knowing, passion, energy, time, and everything in our beings. That's economics to me. And I keep coming back to happiness. That's like my
that feels like a red thread. Yeah.
Which is kind of part of everything I do. And to me, that is the end. That's welfare, that's well-being, that's when we know that we do something right, and that's what we strive for. Feeling better about ourselves together and so forth. And there's a host of studies showing how that relates to money, and it does relate to money, but only that little. And there's still such a huge white space that we need to fill, and that's kind of my mission.
Yeah. So I heard in earlier podcasts that you were on that you spoke about fear and how it can work as a guide for you to develop. So you pretty much said, like, follow your fear; it will guide you to whatever you need to pretty much develop. Is that a correct understanding of what you're saying?
Yeah, there are so many misconceptions of me. People think that I'm smart. No, I'm the stupidest person I know. People think that I'm brave because I try out new things all the time. Well, I'm the scaredest person I know. I do all of those things because they scare me. And if I were to run away from them, I would be running all the time, all my life. And I think it's so much faster to run towards than away from the things I'm scared of. And I also firmly believe that feeling scared is not nature's way of telling you that this is bad for you. It's nature's way of telling you that this matters. This is something that really matters to you. That's why you're scared, because you're really, really anxious about doing the right thing. That what you do will be important. So I think whenever you're scared, that's a sign that it's something you should run towards and do. And the worst thing that can happen is that you die, but that only happens once. All the other times you survive.
That is true.
Hopefully to everyone's benefit.
And about what you're saying with fear, I mean, I absolutely think you're correct on that. And I think you're being hard on yourself too, because isn't that what it is to be brave, to be scared and still do what you think is right, what will lead you to develop?
I wouldn't know. I'm the stupidest person I know. But if you say so.
That's an easy way out, I think. I think you're giving yourself an easy way out, for sure. I think you're probably pretty brave. I think so. So I was and also the guest artist. That's something that I want to talk to you about too.
That has helped me a lot. Trying for so many years, for most of my life still, to fit in. Wherever I went, and also at this school as a student, and when I started out as a researcher, trying to be normal and never really managing, feeling kind of like, the TV show Westworld.
Great one,
With human-like robots.
Yeah, absolutely. The HBO, I love it.
Almost human, but not really, and that creates a really eerie vibe.
Yeah.
Something's off. I was like a Westworld, almost human kind of thing that felt eerie to me and to everyone else. And when I finally gave up and didn't try fitting in, it became better. It became a relief to me and to everyone else. And when I started thinking of what I was actually doing, I thought of it, we talked about this before the camera went on, that we are both really interested in music, and we both wanted to work with music, and maybe we will eventually. But what I learned from there is that when you listen to albums, when you go to shows, it's pretty common that the band or the artist I go to see invite a guest artist, which is not really to my taste, and I would not want to go to an entire concert with that artist or having to listen to an entire album. But if they just come and jam on one song, yay, I love it. It creates a new kind of vibe that my favorite artist couldn't really produce. And we all love it, partly because it's a new angle, and partly because we know that that guest artist will leave the stage soon enough, so I don't have to fight not really negotiate some kind of forever staying together kind of arrangement. And that's when I realized that, yeah, I think that's what I do best. I come and jam a bit. I'm a guest artist that produces a new kind of vibe and angle that everyone can enjoy. And then for everyone's sake, I move on.
I think, because, I mean, going your own way, that has for you been very, I mean, at least for someone who's looking at you from the outside, it's been successful for you. I mean, the whole sleep thing where you don't sleep for how many hours, and then you say that you come up with your best ideas. I mean, you're going out of your way to kind of follow your curiosity, and that takes some. You got to be comfortable being the guest artist to, I think, be brave enough to do those kinds of things. But is there anything that's what I wonder, because I definitely I can recognize that feeling of being a guest artist for sure. So connecting back to what we talked about fear earlier, is there anything that says, well, maybe I should be more of a band member, and if it is something that you don't feel comfortable with, is that your fear maybe telling you to wait, work on this a little bit? Do you see what I mean?
Oh, you're too smart for me. Yeah, sticking with that metaphor, I was in a number of bands. I was a member of several bands, but all the other members left and formed new bands without me. So my lesson was kind of, okay, not to be a member. But yeah, I do agree. And coming back to economics, I do feel that whatever I do, first, it needs to be Pareto optimal. That's one concept from economics that I do love.
Yeah.
The whole notion of a Pareto optimum, that as long as I don't do things worse for anyone else, as long as the things I do are not at the cost of someone else's well-being and welfare, then I can do it. So I'm always very mindful about that. So that's the first step. But the second step is that I hope that I can be of benefit to others as well, if only to be a trailblazer that rushes off into the woods to show that, okay, that's not the place to go. So now we know that and can focus on this route instead. So I do want to be part of a greater community. And that's my take on economics, that whatever I do does have repercussions on others, but also that I might not always be sure of how I might be of benefit to and do things that are good for others. But it's always my hope. It's always my intention.
And I think connecting this to SSC students, maybe someone who is in their bachelor's here, as you were, and wants to be a benefit to others and maybe has an aspiration to be an entrepreneur or following your footsteps, do you have any advice to someone who wants to be curious and wants to kind of go out there and be of value, but it's, you know, it at least seems like a big risk to do it, I think, for many people, compared to going in a more, you know, maybe going into financials or anything like that. Do you have any advice or any?
Yeah, one first, very simple. It sounds trivial, but I do think it's crucial. Advice is to look yourself in the mirror in the morning before you leave to do what you're going to do. And if there's a smile, or at least a hint of a smile, it can't be bad. That's nature's way of telling you that it's good somehow. It's nature's innate reward telling you to, yeah, do more of that because it makes you feel good. As long as it doesn't hurt someone else, it's good for you. So it can't be bad. That's one thing, and it's so easy to forget.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what your resume, the money, everything you do, it all comes down to increasing the angle of that smile, basically. So remember, that's the KPI you need to be mindful of. That's one thing. Another thing, I do love numbers. I am number greedy, and I take comfort in numbers, and I think anyone thinking ahead, deciding what to do career-wise and so forth, can take comfort in the number 17. I did a thing last year where we looked into the expected number of careers, employers, ventures and so forth today's graduating students will have before retirement. And that expected number is 17. You will change direction, change employment, go into ventures and so forth 17 times. Meaning that, okay, you might make one mistake, but that's only one out of 17 parts of your career. And that's not much, right?
Sounds exciting. I'd like that.
And you'll get another chance, and another chance, and a new opportunity, and a new direction, at least 16 more times.
That sounds good.
So don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'd enjoy that, for sure. You said, so connected to the small things, talked about the smile in the mirror. My biggest takeaway from your research on happiness was that, you know, happiness, it is the small things. It's not the big goals that you achieve and then they can, you know, you're happy for maximum 3 months after you've achieved something, or you get married or whatever it is. Yeah, so I want to ask you, do you have a way to kind of, because I think appreciating the small things is not something that comes natural to most people because we're so occupied with everything else, all the supposedly big things that are going on. Do you have any tools or any tricks that you use to see the small things?
I do. I have a tattoo for that as well, but enough with the tattoos.
Okay.
I have 3 coins in my right pocket that I put in my right pocket every morning, and my goal is that before I go to bed in the evening, I will have those 3 coins in my left pocket, and I get to take 1 coin from my right pocket when sometime during the day I do something at work here just because I want to, just because it's fun, just because I'm curious what will happen. Not because I'm obliged to, not because it's work, but just for me. That's 1 coin. Another coin is to do one thing with my family, which tends to when you grow up, have a family and kids, and it tends to be kind of a logistics company. But to do one thing with my kids or my wife or my mother, just because it's fun, to not forget that in the everyday business puzzle. One thing because it's fun, because we enjoy it. And then the final coin, to do one thing just for myself, whatever that is. So the three main domains of my life, of my everyday life, I remind myself to do just one small thing that makes me a bit happier,
I like that
a bit
very
more
much. I might implement that.
It works.
For sure.
I promise.
Sure. Do they ever end up in the washing machine?
That has happened.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And that's kind of fun too. So, not everyone agrees, but I find that fun.
So I want to ask you before we let you go, because I am sure that you have some ideas about the education and how we can, I hope at least, we'll see. You're a professor here, and let's just say that you're president of SSE and you have unlimited amounts of money and there's no bureaucracy, no regulations saying that you can't do this, you can't do that. Do you have anything that pops up in your head that you would implement?
I do want to say that I think our current president, Lars Strannegård, is wonderful.
I agree, yeah.
To be honest, I'm not sure that all the presidents through history have been that wonderful. I think he's doing a great job, and I think he's doing very much of the things that needed to be done that haven't always been done here. And that is making the education more human, more personal, and take a greater and more daring stance in society and the community we're part of. So kudos, thank you very much. I think what I keep reminding myself and my students about is that this is a safe space, the very safest space you can be in. And it should not be about performing and excelling, but learning about yourself, about the world, about your place in the world, about your interplay in the world, and just throw yourself in any mix you can. Make all the mistakes you can. Here, where it's safe to make all those mistakes. Go out on every limb to learn about yourself and grow. Not to come here and perform, tick all the boxes, build your resume, and get your grades. No, work on being you, on using that safety to do all the scary things you might not be able to do when you leave here. So that's something I think we need to all remind ourselves and be even better at.
I think that's a great way to round off this conversation.
Cool.
Mikael, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you
Appreciate
so much
it.
for having me.
So that was Mikael Dahlén. Next up we have Gustav Hedström from Houdini Sportswear. He will be on in just a little bit, so we'll see you soon. Welcome back to the last interview of this year's Handelsdagarna. With me I have Gustav Hedström from Houdini. And Gustav is also an alumni of Stockholm School of Economics. He finished the Bachelor in Retail Management in 2017, right? Yeah. So Gustav, first of all, tell me, what have you been doing since you finished here?
Yeah, so like you said, I finished in 2017, and then I got a scholarship to study in the US through the Brittingham Viking organization. But it's not like the typical scholarship. It's more about, it's not that much about studying. It's more about like traveling all over the States and visiting alumni from the scholarship. So I actually managed to visit all the 50 states and mostly
wow,
stayed
that's
yeah.
Only that is an accomplishment.
Yeah,
Wow.
so you get a couple of 2 travel partners, and then we got a car for free, and then wherever we went, we had somewhere to stay.
Okay.
But also got to study just things that I'm interested in, like photography or, I don't know, world politics.
And is this through the school, or is it?
No, it's separate, but we have quite a few SEC alumni in the organization, and quite a few are applying every year. So application is closed now, unfortunately.
Okay.
But next year it's open again.
What was the? Maybe you mentioned it, but
yeah,
I could.
Brittingham Viking organization.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
Brittingham is the founding family.
Yeah.
And it's been going on since, I think it's 1957 or something.
Okay.
But that was also when I kind of got the time to think of what do I actually want to do, because I did really like my studies here at the SEC, but at the same time I thought, like, what's the purpose of all the things we learn, and what should I use it for? And then I started thinking, and everyone, like, when we came to a place, they asked me, so Gustav, what do you want to do in the future? And I said, I don't know. Like, I've been studying business, so something with business, I assume. But then after a few more people, it's like, well, I like skiing. I love the outdoors. I love being in the nature. I love enjoying nature. And then, like, after some more time, it's like, well, innovation is fantastic. So if you can combine like skiing with innovation, that would be like the perfect job. And then I got back to Sweden after a year and was planning on doing a master in Copenhagen in business in innovation and management. But then an internship at Houdini turned up was like, do you want to be our business developer and like come up with our future business models? Like, absolutely.
Sure.
That sounds like my dream job, because Houdini has been, since, I don't know, 5 years, just this company that I love, and the more I read about it, the more I loved it. So it felt so good to become a part of it. And that was 1.5 years ago. Feels like yesterday, but...
So what is that you love about Houdini?
I think it's just like the honesty about what, now it's we, but then was like they, what they are doing and what they have accomplished and what they are still struggling with. So would never claim to be like better than we are, but we're also very proud about what we do, and that we have a purpose to like basically not ruin the world, which might sound like a simple or basic purpose, but it's still like, when you think about it, like every time, like every day you have to take decisions where you could potentially earn more short-term profits, but in the long term, saving the planet and making long-term profits, that's harder. So that's like is the honesty about the brand.
So let's go into Houdini for a little bit.
Yep.
I think, and just in my research for this, you know, it was obvious that the think around sustainability has been prevalent at Houdini for a long time.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not like a fashion thing that you came up with just a while ago. It's been prevalent from the start. It seems like, at least.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm especially interested in the rental and the subscription service that is not rolled out yet, if I'm correct. You're trying it out still.
Exactly. So the rental is up and running in our stores. We have, so people can come in. If they only have like a need for a week, they're gonna go skiing. They shouldn't have to like be forced to buy a ski jacket if they don't have one. So they can just go to the store and rent it and then turn it back to us. And then we wash it and then put it up for someone else. And we've been doing that since 2012, I think, before like circular economy was a thing. And just out of just like, that's what we should do. And just like elaborating like how should the packages look like, what's like a good price for both us and the customer. And the subscription is like the next step for us, where we don't only cover the short-term need, because rental is still like you have a need for a week or 2 weeks. But then if you look at subscription, like you always, or like most of our customers always needs something that is comfortable, stylish, but still like good in the nature. So then you can have like a ever-rotating wardrobe, but you don't have to buy the whole wardrobe. So you just have a certain number of items at home, and then when you have a change in need, you come to us and you change it, and we put all things back into the shared closet again. And then whenever you like have a change need, you just come and change it and pay a monthly fee for it. And that's like it's not. That pilot went on for 6 months with like really good results, and now we try to figure out exactly how we should position ourselves in that market, because it's basically like when e-commerce emerged. Like, should we own the channel? Should we just like outsource all of it? Where is the profit sharing between all the parties in it? And like, what's the exact offer? Because there's like must be a really good digital backend to make it like go smooth, basically, and get a good offer for the customer.
So that makes me, because I mean, for me that would be great. I have a skiing jacket and so on and so on. I don't use it that much.
Yeah.
It would be perfect for me to just have some kind of subscription whenever I'm want to go out.
Yeah.
But how do you reconcile the business model and also given, because obviously it gives the customer, depending on the price, obviously, but it could be that anyone who's buying new clothes from you just goes to rent stuff and subscribe instead.
And like whenever we do a new business model, or like whatever we do, we never do it out of just doing it. We want to be like, if subscription rental explodes and it would be 100% of our business, we're still going to earn just as much money as selling. So that's always the goal in all of our business models, because we don't want to do it for the sake of doing it or for the sake of sustainability. So whenever when we build a business model, it's not for just, we actually want to make it like just as profitable as selling clothes. And that's also what we see when if you look at the loyalty of the customers. They buy less clothes in total, but they buy like more Houdini clothes, and they have more Houdini clothes. And if you look at like the share of wallet, that increases for Houdini, but the total like spending on clothes reduces. So it's kind of one way for us to gain loyalty from the customers and like upper hand on our competitors.
So what's the biggest challenge with, because this subscription it was first tried out in 2018, is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
So 2 years have gone by.
Yeah.
So what's the biggest challenge? Why can't I use it yet?
Exactly. So started 2018, ended last summer. So it's been like 6 months of exactly identifying like how should, like I talked about before, like who should be the owner of the different parts in the service, because it is more in the past a linear like typical sale. You produce something and then you sell it, and then you hope the customer will never ever return again. Like that's the normal how it normally looks. But in a subscription model or a rental model, you actually have the responsibility for the like products when they're out, and you still own them. And then you have to like have the whole like service and the whole responsibility and have everything figured out basically about like what's a good pricing model and how should we do with the whole back end, with washing, with repairing, and insurance and stuff. But it's mostly about just digital system that can be like that perfect. So it gets super easy for the customer, but also super easy for us brands. But if you go to the US, 11% of all the Americans have been doing a shared closet, just like subscription. They are part of it. And like 13, I think, % have rented clothes. So if you go to the US, it's exploding. But when you're in Europe and mostly Sweden, like haven't become a thing, because not a big brand has like taken that position yet. But it's of course a lot of logistics and handling that has to be like very very smooth. So.
So on the same topic, but moving into the materials instead.
Yeah, yeah.
I read you had the, is it the Alchemist? What's it called? The jacket that's degradable?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's the Lana jacket.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's like one way for us, because we have been doing shelf jackets that are made from 100% recyclable material. So it's recycled PET bottles mostly. But then we wanted to prove that it's not only polyester, but also for wool, that we can create a jacket where you can just remove the seams and the zipper, and then you can, like, if you want to, in the end of the life, you can put it down in the earth and it will become just like gravel again. We have a compost at Rosendal's Trädgård garden, so just to make sure that it's just pure enough to be able to put it in ground again. Yeah. And that's for us just like this purity of the materials. We know exactly what's in there. It's nothing harmful, and just nature can embrace it again. So we have this circular system also for biodegradable materials, just like we have for the polyester, where we produce from recycled and then we can recycle them in the end. So you have this like two separate circular systems, but we never mix them. Like, for example, if I would take this one, which is polyester, and then add wool in it, then you can't separate it in the end, and it's just like trash. You can't do anything about it, as of now at least.
So I'm taking the marketing course here right now with Erik Modig, and I mean, he would love this.
Yeah.
Like I'd get 100% on an essay if I presented him a product where the marketing is just built in so much to the product.
Exactly.
So for you working with business development, how close are you working with like a marketing team, or would you say that is part of your role in being a marketer too, or?
Absolutely. Like,
how does that work at Houdini? That's
exactly.
What I'm asking.
Yeah. No, it's like we don't really have. Of course, we have a marketing team, but it's rather that everyone is both like super responsible for sustainability. We don't have a sustainability manager because everyone used to do sustainability, but also for marketing, like everything we do is kind of marketable. Like, it's very easy to talk about Houdini because almost all the things we do are just like sensations, and the press just loves talking about our products. And for example, the Lana jacket, that's just, it was made by the design and the production team, but of course that's also like part of marketing.
So just to, I want to ask you about your favorite competitor.
Yeah.
Just so we to get a sense of the market out there, like what someone else who's doing in your field and doing, focusing on the same things. Do you have a favorite, a product or a brand that are
tough one
in the same sphere?
I would actually, I really like what Asket is doing with the whole like the whole minimalistic fashion. Just like, you don't have to have 15 different jeans or pants or shirts. You can have this narrow wardrobe that always makes you look like really good, and don't add just like, if it doesn't have to be there, it shouldn't be there, and don't have sales, don't have all of that. So I think Asket is doing a really good thing with all of that. When we have like the similar design philosophy as them, just like don't produce stuff that are not adding any value, and if someone else is doing it better, then we shouldn't do it. So I would say that's not that direct, because we are this brand like in between lifestyle and design and outdoor. We're not super outdoorish. When we do a ski jacket, we don't, or something that can be used as a ski jacket, we don't add a ski pass pocket, because then it becomes a ski jacket, and then you wouldn't want to use that for going to town or biking or whatever. So we have like some kind of similar philosophy there.
Pivoting to you a little bit.
Yeah.
You pretty recently graduated from here.
Yeah.
Not too long ago. So I think a relevant question would be, what did you learn here that you're using in your job right now?
I would say like everything, to be honest. It's not like specific things, but just having the, especially like studying retail management, where we have the retail clubs, you were always like you're always meeting companies, always having cases for them, just getting shitloads of different case studies that you had to like, okay, identify the problem and what's the solution for that, and like what data is available and not available. And just like the course load, for example, Eric Modi, his course in communication, that's just like, I read his book once in a while just to like freshen up my memory, because I just think it was a great course. And now I realize, like, when I look at the curriculum now, finally have some more sustainability as well, because that was something I missed, especially when I started like 2014. It was some CSR chapter in the end of the book, but it was never on an exam, basically. I'm a little harsh now, but so I missed that part, but just like the whole, like how to figure out, like identify the customer need, and coming up with a solution to that and offering to its solution and make sure that the customer know it. It's just like all of that I learned from Handelsdagarna. So I, like, at least once a week I was like, how should I do this? And I was like, oh wait, I know this, which is a really good feeling.
Nice, yeah, that's good to hear.
You have a lot of things to look forward to.
That's good, I like that.
Yeah.
To round up, one thing that you would have done differently while being here at Stockholm School of Economics?
Oh, like I did go on an exchange, which is like one thing everyone should do, and preferably into a place you want to go, not the school that everyone else want to go to.
So
like
country before school, you say?
Exactly, exactly.
Why?
Just I feel like there was this hype about a few schools, like, oh, this is the best school in blah blah blah. But then you ask the people, like, did you have a good time? Like, no, not really. We had to study a lot. I went to Vancouver, which was like, as I said, I love skiing. So that was heaven for me. And I met so many cool people I still keep in touch with, that I like recently reached out to in like for Houdini as well. So it's like just getting these connections within a field or country or atmosphere you want to be in the future. But something I do regret. I would have wanted to be a part of the exchange committee. Because I just like love international connections. I didn't do that, so that could be that one.
Country before school and be part of the exchange committee.
Exactly, exactly.
Thank you for a great conversation, Gustav.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Okay, that was the last interview of this year's Handelsdagarna. My name is Ludwig, and I want to thank you so much for watching, if you've been doing that. In a little bit, our team, our head of lectures and broadcasts, Anna Saner, and the producer, Ludwig Åberg, will be here to say a couple words. But till then, just thank you. This will be available on YouTube later, and hopefully we will see some of it in the news this weekend. We'll see. Thank you. Vi är igång eller? Well, thank you if you've been watching. I've been your host this year. My name is Ludwig Hattler, and here in the sofa with me I have the producer.
Web series producer, that's right. And my name is Ludwig Goldberg.
And I've been the team leader of the year, and my name is Anna Sörner. And I would like to thank you all for watching, and thank you for this year's Web TV, and also a huge thanks to our sponsors, Sweef, Motions, SB, and EY. Thank you for this year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Snyggt!